to start our opening ceremony. So please be seated. Good morning, distinguished guests, professors, researchers, and participants. Welcome to the 2025 ANPOR-APCA Annual Conference hosted by Southeast Bangkok University at a beautiful AMARI Hotel Pattaya. So before we begin today's program, may I kindly invite everyone to stand up and observe a moment of silence in remembrance and honor of Her Majesty Queen Sirikit, the Queen of Thailand, whose grace, compassion, and lifelong dedication to the people continue to inspire us all. So please rise. We're going to pause for 30 seconds of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce about this conference briefly and organization too. So the ANPOR-APCA Annual Conference, held for over a decade, serves as a leading platform in the Asia-Pacific region for discussion major issues in public opinion and communication. So since its founding in 2012, it has built a vibrant community of researchers and practitioners advising understanding of how societies communicate and evolve. So the 2025 theme, Voices and Visions in Transition, highlights the profound impact of AI and digital technologies on communication and citizenship. As AI algorithms increasingly shape what people see, think, and believe. The conference emphasizes the importance of digital citizenship and the intersection of theory, practice, and global collaboration to shape the digital future. The Asian Network for Public Opinion Research ANPOR is the preeminent authority on public opinion research in Asia, officially established in 2012. So its mission is to champion the right to conduct and publish rigorous scientific research on public opinion and to foster collaboration among academics, policymakers, and journalists across the Asian Pacific region. ANPOR is committed to providing a stable framework for the scientific study of public opinion, ensuring ethical standards and amplifying diverse Asian voices even as methods involved with AI. Asian Pacific Communication Alliance, APCA. It's a strategic and visionary organization of organizations established in the fall of 2028 at Tsinghua University in Beijing. So its core purpose is to forge a new nexus for regional scholarship in an era of technological transformation and geopolitical shifts. It was created to provide a unified platform for communication scholars, educators, and practitioners to connect and collaborate. It is committed to moving academic discourse from description to prescription. So Southeast Bangkok University, SBU. Southeast Bangkok University is an educational institution with a mission to produce new professionals with strong competencies in both modern technology and professional ethics. Its primary mission is to be the mentor of new professionals, focusing on producing professional graduates, particularly in the fields of logistics and technology. So its core academic focus is in logistics and aviation technology, and digital technology and innovation, accounting and management science. SBU graduates are expected to have expertise in their field and high-level international competency, strong professional ethics, and S is for smart, and B is for business, and U is for unique. So SBU is committed to modernization, unity, sustainability, and teamwork to ensure its growth and relevance for the nation's sustainable development. So Center for Asian Public Opinion Research and Collaboration Initiative. The Center for Asian Public Opinion Research and Collaboration Initiative is a research center based in South Korea at Chungnam National University with a focus on public opinion research across Asia. So it publishes the Asian Journal for Public Opinion Research, which is the official journal of the Asian Network for Public Opinion Research. It manages Korean Academic Multi-Mode Open Survey, which is a nationally representative, probability-based survey designed to study public opinion, attitudes, and social change in South Korea. It works to promote the use of scientific methods in public opinion research and foster international collaboration and exchange among academic and commercial researchers in Asia. So please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers for the opening ceremony. Firstly, I would like to invite Dr. Jantima Kyokau.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, scholars, practitioners, and students. On behalf of the Asian Network for Public Opinion Research, ANPOR, it is my great honor and pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to all of you to our 2025 annual conference. Since our founding in 2012, ANPOR has maintained steadfast in its mission to champion the right to conduct the public scientific research on public opinions, to promote rigorous methodology, and to foster a vibrant international community of collaboration and exchange. This annual gathering is a living testament to this mission. A celebration of the strength, dynamism, and unity of our communities built together over more than a decade. This year, we meet under the theme, Voices and Visions in Transition, Public Opinion, AI, and Digital Citizenship for Sustainable Futures in Asia. This theme could not be more relevant. The rise of artificial intelligence is not only providing us with new tools for research, it is transforming how opinions are formed, how discourse unfolds, and how citizens engage in public life. Many of our sessions explore AI, public opinion, and algorithmic influence, reflecting how profoundly this transformation is reshaping our fields. As we navigate this digital era, ANPOR remains committed to being your essential platform, a space to explore AI's opportunities while addressing its ethical and methodological challenges. Our responsibility is to ensure that as our tools evolve, our commitment to scientific integrity remains unwavering. The success of this conference would not be possible without collaboration. I wish to express my heartfelt appreciation to our co-hosts, the Asia Pacific Communication Alliance, or APCA, and Southeast Bangkok University, especially Dr. Somsak Rungryang, the president and administrative team for their invaluable partnership and unwavering support. In particular, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. Rondapop Nopsuwan and his dedicating working team at SBU for their strong leadership, determination, and tireless effort in organizing this event. Your hard work and commitment have truly made this conference a success. My sincere thanks also go to our ANPOR working bees, Natakon, where are you? Dr. Danaraj, Daniksha, and Tanatha, for your energy, creativity, and dedication behind the scenes. You are the heartbeat of ANPOR, collaborative, resilient, and full of purpose. And from the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Changfeng Chen, President of APCA, our Iron Ladies. Her visionary leadership and tireless dedication have strengthened the bond between APCA and ANPOR, inspiring us all to work together with courage, wisdom, and unity. Collaborations also fuel our flagship journal, the Asian Journal for Public Opinion Research, or AJPOR, which continue to grow in recognition, now proudly indexed in Scopus with a rising size score of 2.0. This year's writing clinic and Meet the Editors session bridged the gap between presentation and publication, creating real pathways for lasting scholarly impact. As we look ahead, our vision is one of sustainability, equity, and inclusion. This conference amplifies diverse voices from across Asia and beyond. Through dialogues on decolonizing public opinion research and fostering intercultural competence, we are shaping a future built by all. I invite each of you, senior scholars and emerging researchers alike, to engage deeply, challenge ideas, and share your voice. Together, let us shape a digital world that is not only intelligent, but also just, equitable, and sustainable for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gentimer, for your kind words and welcome speech. So nextly, I would like to invite Dr. Chen Changfeng, President of Asia Pacific Communication Alliance, Professor of Tsinghua University, China.
Samadika, Good morning, dear Assistant Vice President Professor Dr. Laviwan Sathing, dear Dean Professor Dr. Asawasa Sid, dear Professor Dr. Gentima Kyoko, and distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. It is a great honor and a heartfelt pleasure to welcome you all to the 2025 ANPOR-APCA Annual Conference, jointly organized by the Asia Pacific Communication Alliance and Asia Network for Public Opinion Research and Southeast Bangkok University. On behalf of APCA, I extend my warmest greetings to every one of you, those gathered here in beautiful Pattaya, and those join us from across the Asia-Pacific region. First, let me express my sincere appreciation to our partners and organizers, especially our colleagues at ANPOR and SBU, for your dedication and professionalism in bringing this gathering to life. Your commitment and collaboration truly embody the spirit of this community. And to my fellow APCA Council members and partner institutions across the region, thank you for your vision and your steadfast support in building this shared platform for communication and research. This year's theme, Voices and Visions in Transition, Public Opinion, AI, and Digital Citizenship for Sustainable Futures in Asia Pacific, could not be more timely. We are living in an era where artificial intelligence, algorithms, and data platforms shape how we communicate, how we form opinions, and how we participate as citizens. Public opinion no longer resides only in service or media reports. It now unfolds within algorithmic systems, in social networks, in recommendation engines, in the very code that mediates our digital lives. These transformations challenge us to ask new and difficult questions. How do AI and algorithm influence what we see and believe? How can we educate and empower digital citizens to think critically and act ethically? And how can we make sure that diverse voices, especially those from the global south, are heard, respected, and included in shaping in the digital future of our region? This conference gives us a precious space to explore these questions together, to think, to share, and to imagine a more ethical and inclusive digital world. Since its found in 2018 at Tsinghua University in China, the Asia Pacific Communication Alliance has brought together scholars, institutions, and associations from across 17 countries, from Beijing and Hangzhou, China, to Chiang Mai and now Pattaya, Thailand, from Manila, the Philippines, Bali, Indonesia, to Sydney, Australia, and Brunei, and beyond, alongside active online gatherings. Our journey has always been guided by one belief, that communication connects us, not only through research and dialogue, but through our shared responsibility to make a society better. Today, I'm delighted to see familiar faces and many new ones, colleagues from different areas, all here to exchange ideas and build new friendships. Your presence reminds us that communication is not only an academic pursuit, it is also a moral and a civic duty. Together, we can build a communication community that is open, collaborative, and the future-oriented, one that contributes to sustainable development through understanding, empathy, and trust. As we begin this year's conference, I hope our discussions will be lively, our collaboration fruitful, and our friendship lasting. Let's embrace the transformative power of communication, where human wisdom meets digital intelligence, to create a future that is ethical, inclusive, and sustainable for all. Thank you very much, and welcome once again to PATTAYA and to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen Chongfeng, for your warm welcome speech. So next, please join me welcoming our Professor Dr. Jiraset Trimatsonton, representing Southeast Bangkok University, to give a welcome speech.
Good morning, distinguished executives, faculty members, honored guests, and all participants. It is my great pleasure and distinct honor to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the 2025 ANPOR-APCA Annual Conference, jointly organized by Southeast Bangkok University and the Asian Network for Public Opinion Research, we call ANPOR. This conference aims to promote academic excellence and enhance the quality and the potential of research at the international level. I firmly believe that this conference will serve as a valuable platform for exchanging academic knowledge, experience, and perspectives among researchers from various countries. Such collaboration will expand innovation and foster strong academic partnership for the future. On behalf of Southeast Bangkok University, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, ANPOR, representatives, distinguished speakers, and all of participants for your contributions and cooperation in making this event possible. May this conference proceed smoothly and achieve its objectives, bringing fruitful outcomes for education, academic development, and society as a whole. Once again, thank you all, and welcome to 2025 ANPOR-APCA Annual Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jirasak, for your warm welcome. So nextly, I would like to invite Conference Organizing Committee Chairperson Kinori Seki the president of Asia Association for Education and Exchange. But Professor Akironi Siki can't join us today because he has got some emergency issues back in Japan. So on behalf of him, allow me to read a message for the conference. It is with immense personal pleasure and a deep sense of honor that I welcome each and every one of you to the 2025 ANPOR-APCA Annual Conference. As the chair of the organizing committee, I have had the privilege of witnessing this event take shape, and I'm filled with excitement and anticipation as we finally gather this brilliant and diverse community of minds here in Thailand. This conference is the culmination of countless honors of work by dedicated team, and its true purpose is to serve you, our delegates. And even of this skill is a testament to collective effort, and my first duty is one of gratitude. I extend my deepest thanks to every member of the conference organizing and scientific committees whose wisdom and diligence were indispensable. My sincere appreciation goes to the student volunteers and administrative staff whose energy and support have been the backbone of our preparations. I'm profoundly grateful to our host and co-host organizations, ANPOR, APCA, and SPU for their unwavering vision and partnership. So most importantly, I thank all of you by choosing to be here, by preparing your presentations and committing your time and intellectual energy. So you have given this conference its life and its meaning. In my own academic work, I have long been passionate about cross-cultural communication and the power of exchange as a catalyst for learning. I would like to invite you to view this conference through that very lens. This gathering is more than a series of presentations. It is a profound act of intercultural dialogue. The formal sections are the framework, but the true learning often happens in the space between, in the spontaneous conversations during a coffee break, and the challenging questions after a paper, and the new perspectives gained during a roundtable discussion on co-learning practices. It is in these moments of human connection that we not only learn about others' research, but also come to understand our own work and ourselves in a new light. So my sincere hope for this conference is simple, that you correct, and I encourage you to introduce yourselves to someone new, to listen with an open and curious mind, and to build the foundations for new friendships and collaborations that will flourish long after we depart from Pattaya. So may you live this event not only with a well of new knowledge and ideas, but with a renewed sense of inspiration, a broader network of trusted colleagues, and cherished memories of our time together. Thank you for being here and helping to make this event a great success. Thank you, everyone. So thank you to our esteemed speakers for the inspiring open remarks. So now maybe this is a kind of like photo section right now. So maybe invite a photographer. So we are going to take 3 photos. So yeah, the participants can be seated. So the first one will be very formally, right? We are going to sit still. Okay, now we can thumbs up. Okay, now heart shape. Thank you, everyone. So this is time for the performance. So it's about the Raya Birch Supanna Hong. And this performance is inspired by the magnificent Raya Birch procession, a unique and exquisite ceremonial tradition found only in Thailand. So in 1992, the Raya Birch Supanna Hong was honored and recognized as a World Heritage Vessel. The Raya Birch Supanna Hong is not merely a vessel for Raya ceremonies, it also symbolizes soothing power, auspiciousness, and the enduring artistic and cultural heritage of the Thai nation, so preserved through generations. We are honored to present this performance by Atawit Commercial Technology College.
ก็งามตามพิธียอยกบอดีผู้มีจักรีไทย
So now we move on to our keynote sessions. There will be 2 keynote sessions for this morning. So first, I would like to invite the moderator. So the moderator will be Assistant Professor Dr. Kanika Shaw. So Dr. Kanika Shaw is an assistant professor at the PATTAYA Institute of Management. She has a PhD in Political Economy of Mass Communication, University of Leicester, MSc Communication Studies, and MA in Human Resource Management, both from University of Leeds, UK, and BA Honours in Journalism from Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. Her academic work centers on communication media, digital journalism, and the practical application of new technologies in media industries. Dr. Shaw's recent publications investigate tangible local issues, including health communication, community media projects, and a key 2025 qualitative study titled The Use of AI in Thai Online News Organizations. As the moderator for the conference opening keynote section, Dr. Shaw provides a wider localizing context. Her specific research into AI adoption within Thai news organizations offers a practical host country perspective, allowing her to expertly bridge the high-level global theories on Gen AI mediated communication. Professor Chen and technical governance, Professor Fuji, with the tangible on-the-ground challenges and opportunities faced by media professionals in Thailand.
Feel lonely here. Okay, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. Welcome to this keynote session of our conference. My name is Kanika Shaw, as the MC introduced me. I'm from Panya Institution of Management. A lot of people ask, is it the PIM? Yes, it's PIM. Yeah. And today is my honor to serve as your moderator for this morning session here in Grand Ballroom 1. Today, keynotes will explore how artificial intelligence reshapes trust, authority, and citizenship in digital communication. We are privileged to have with us outstanding scholars from China, Japan, and Thailand, whose insights will enrich our understanding of these rapidly evolving fields. Our keynote title, our keynote one, should I invite Professor Dr. Shen Shangfen on the stage, please. The first keynote title, Trust, Legitimacy, and Gen AI Mediation Communication, How Data Shapes Visibility, Authority, and Public Confidence, will be presented by Professor Dr. Shen Shangfen from the School of Journalism and Communication, Tsinghua University, China. Professor Shen is one of Chinese leading scholars in media ethics and communication governance, known internationally for her research on public trust, data-driven communication systems. Her work bridges theory and policy, addressing how AI-generated information reshapes legitimacy and social responsibility in the media ecosystem. We are also joined by our responder, Professor Dr. Offen Feldman from Doshisha and Kyoto University, Japan. Professor Feldman is widely recognized for his work on psychology, political discourse, persuasion, and cross-cultural communication. His comparative perspective will provide valuable reflections on how generative AI challenges traditional notions of credibility and political communication. Professor Chen, we will give you around 15 minutes talk, and then we have a 2-minute size warning. Where is the sign warning? Somewhere at the back, okay. And then Professor Offer will have about 8 minutes to respond. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Shen Shangfeng to deliver her keynote address.
Thank you, Professor. I'm Changfeng Chen from Tsinghua University, China. Thailand is a great Buddhist country, and yet here I am embracing the Buddhist faith at the last minute. That means the crime at the last minute, and 临时抱佛脚哈。So my topic is the trust, legitimacy, and generative AI mediated communication. How data shapes visibility, authority, and public confidence. Yes. Today I want to reframe. Actually, my academic interest is in media ethics, communication technology, and media history. So today I want to reframe trustworthy AI. Yes. Trustworthy generative AI. Okay. The trustworthy in generative AI not as a purely technical attribute, but as a problem of legitimacy in social technical systems. When people ask, can I trust what the AI says? They are really asking who gets to speak for reality here and who authorized them. So I will argue that the data, how it is curated, ranked, and retrieved and labeled now functions as a government mechanism that redistributes visibility and voice. We will examine how generative engine optimization, GEO, And the platform provenance policies elevate some claims while sidelines others. How users tactics like the airfare rent in China or the I'm a broken person in China represent bottom-up attempts to signal algorithms and why trust in practice is relational and performative, produced through disclosure, correction, and contestation. So it's the goal. So we move in 4 steps. First, theory. Why trustworthy AI is fundamentally a question of legitimacy and data power. Second, mechanism. How data governs visibility through evidence design, retrieval policy, and interface cues. And I'll use GEO around the DeepSeek application to illustrate. Third, user reception. How publics develop folk theories and ritualized tactics like the airfare rent and I'm a broken persona to push back to or bargain with algorithms. Finally, governance and tools. It's a practical framework with concrete metrics. So let me begin with 2 scenarios. The first scenario is brand GEO, generative engine optimization. After breakout moment for a powerful large language models, cottage industry springs up agencies sell as GEO packages to brands. Let's think about this. The goal is not to buy an ad. It is to rearrange the model's evidence universe so that when a user asks an open-ended question, your product is already in the frame of the LLMS. So now with the GEO in focus, first let's see the background and mechanism. We are living through a shift from traditional web search to LLM-mediated answers now. As attention migrates, the market share of classical search is projected to fall. In that word, GEO is not front-end SEO. It is deep optimization of the back end, the places where models retrieve, screen, and score evidence. The aim is simple. When the model composes an answer, your evidence is already prioritized GEO. Campaigns therefore map the generation pipeline and insert higher signal machine, readable artifacts, comparison table, and so on. Second, let's see the impact on the tech and media ecology. We've moved from tools to platforms, systems, and model ecosystems that integrate sponsored interactions and commercial recommendations. In this setting, data becomes the core asset. Teams that own structured, well-labbed, high-quality data systematically outperform those who rely on diffuse, unstructured or contested sources get down-ranked or hallucinated. There is also a toxicity problem. Research shows that even a small number of poisoned or debunked documents can corrupt review pipelines and pollute answers at scale. And media actors know this by seeding particular journals, portraits, or summary pages. Institutions can shape the model's voice. So there's best AI search rank tracking and visibility tools now, and it sells. It costs dollars. So let's see another scenario, everyday algorithm tactics. That at the same time, ordinary users are concerned about opaque pricing or targeting, coordinated comment storms, past scripts like too expensive, can't afford, adapt in I'm broken persona. That's the Chinese shows. Switch devices, like you use the cheap devices, cheaper phones, or accounts, or delay purchase. They treat their own choices as signals the system might read, whether or not these rituals change outcomes consistently. They feel like reclaiming some agency. So these two optimizations, two words. Data is engineered as a leverage to influence generative artificial intelligence retrieval and summarization. In the other, data is performed as a signal to negotiate with inscrutable pricing and ranking. So both are about legitimacy, who gets acknowledged by the system and on what terms. So you see, in China, some young people always claim and make themselves as a very poor person. So they will complain, the air ticket is so expensive, too expensive. So I will not go. And then perhaps you complain for 7 days. You can get cheaper air tickets, as they think. So there's some manipulation, resistance, and algorithm empathy. That's from the bottom resistance. So that's now the public is not passive. Beyond the technical countermeasures, people adopt expressive tactics like the airfare rent. So this to signal the system about fairness and affordability. Think of this as algorithm empathy or algorithm imagine. Instead of only fighting the system, users try to talk to it, and in its own language, they persist and sharing tactics, building public norms for fair treatment. So with the landscape in view, we can now analyze well the influence actually enters the pipeline, evidence design, retrieval policy, and the interface signals, and what it could take it to make this level accountable to the public. So let me map well manipulations enters the pipeline. Think in 3 layers. Yes. First, the prompt layer, and second, the retrieval layer, the RAG layer, and third, the training, influence, embedding layer. There's 3 layers, and manipulation isn't only a jailbreak problem. It's a life cycle. It's life cycle problem from prompt to retrieval to training with low volume, high impact interventions that shift visibility and authority. It's the tactics in the evidence and the patterns. We see 3 clusters of real-world tactics. One is commercial GEO manipulation. The second is the sponsored and agenda placement inside. And third is the media agenda setting or agenda shaping. And then there's some others like the poisoning data. So it's interesting when I ask Perplexity for some examples when I teach in National University in Singapore in August and September. And the Perplexity show me cases that the journal is from China, and the editor-in-chief is my friend. I'm amazing. It's a surprise, a big surprise. And I can see why it show me that that's the GEO works, yes. And some other cases in China, it's, I don't have time, is, yes. So the last thing is some frame, the conceptual frame, legitimacy, and let me show some very briefly how data governs. There's 3 layers where influence enters, and the evidence layer, the retrieval, and the reasoning layer, and the interface layer. And the case is in DeepSeek. There's some GEO market. So now there's another case is Algorithm Imagines. It's another case about how to beat the airfares prices with the big data in China. And so how to study who gets to speak. We have some methodologies now, and there's what to do, the governance and detection. There's some what to do, and so there's from principles to practice, the framework and metrics like legitimacy, accountability, contestability, and care. And yes, let me give a very brief conclusion. And so, trustworthy generative AI is not just an engineering outcome. It is a legitimacy project. In the GEO world, brands try to make themselves quotable. In the everyday world, publics try to make themselves hearable both speak in data because that is the system's language. So our responsibility is to reach this and to make that the language accountable to the public. That means designing for provenance, not just a performance for contestation. And yeah, the timelines is arriving, so I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Cheng. That's quite interesting. Well, I have to practice to be a broke person now then, so I can get cheaper air fryer. Okay, now we invite Professor Dr. Offen Feldman to share his response. So now you have 6 minutes. Thank you.
Please, yeah, take a seat, please.
Well, a few weeks ago, I was invited to lecture in front of the Foreign Press Club in Tokyo. And I asked how much time do I have to talk, and they told me you can talk as much as you wish, but at 12 we have to go for lunch. So here I was limited at first to 8 minutes, now it's 6 minutes. Okay. So since I didn't receive any paper in advance, so I saw it like you the first time, I didn't have much time to read and to look at the lecture. But what I would like to do is to share with you a few comments, basically loosely connected comments that I took during the presentation, and maybe some ideas, some thoughts about future such a research. So if people here are interested in future research like this. So at first when I saw the title, I thought that pairing of trust, legitimacy, and Gen AI mediated communication sets up a timely and theoretically rich discussion. Just from the title, I imagine that the speaker will tackle both ethnical, ethical, and the socio-technical dimension of AI use in communication. As you can imagine, of course, and you saw it also in the presentation, trust, legitimacy, and Gen AI-mediated communication each have a multiple interpretation. I'm talking about philosophical, sociological, technological. So it is important to define how one uses them. For example, is trust interpersonal? That means users trusting AI, or is it institutional? That means trust in platforms. And also regarding communication, is one examining institutional communication, that means journalism or government, or organizational communication, that is corporation or universities, or interpersonal communication, that is between citizens and AI systems. So a clear conceptual map at the outset of such a presentation or such research would help the audience or the readers to track how each component connects to the next. In terms of conceptual framing, I mean, it was introduced here very clearly, the interplay between trust and legitimacy could be elaborated theoretically. Trust often involves relational expectations and also perceived reliability. Legitimacy implies normative justification that an actor's authority is perceived as rightful. Then what is important, in my view, is to bridge of how Gen AI mediated communication alters or change these dynamics by reconfiguring who speaks, what is visible and what is taken as credible. In terms of data as a mediator of visibility, an excellent angle that I feel was in the presentation is how data shapes visibility, how algorithmic curation and data-driven personalization affect what information is seen, shared, or hidden. And perhaps future such studies should consider drawing on critical data studies to unpack how visibility is constructed, not neutral. For example, large language models amplify dominant data sources, marginalizing less representative voices, and affecting legitimacy claims in public discourse. Another question is related to authority and epistemic power. How does Gen AI redistribute authority over communication? Traditionally, expertise and institutional credibility encode authority. And now AI systems act as a synthetic intermediator, can I use, if you will, influencing tone and the style and the perceived reality of contents. Another question that should be posed is, when AI speaks in a human voice, whose authority does it borrow or create? In terms of public confidence and social trust, there's another 2 points that I would like to add is public confidence invites a macro level discussion. How do citizens interpret AI mediated communication in domains such as journalism, maybe healthcare, and governments? Another question is how to integrate empirical findings, if they are available, public surveys or trust indices to ground abstract arguments. Last point is regarding the style and delivery suggestion. So given the conceptual depth, here are some questions that I would like future studies to challenge. How data makes things visible? How visibility shapes authority? And how authority influences public trust and legitimacy? Incorporate, for example, in the future studies have to incorporate real-world examples. For example, Gen AI in newsroom or in corporate public relations or crisis communication to make abstract points tangible. Probably last point is that regarding potential questions to engage the audience or the readers if you are going to publish such a related study. Who do we trust when communication is partially machine authored? Can legitimacy be algorithmically produced, or must it retain socially negotiated? And the last one, what forms of transparency meaningfully restore confidence and which merely perform it? I think that I'm within the 6 minutes, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Feldman. Actually, you got 8 minutes back. Yeah, thank you for your insightful reflection and a lot of idea for future research. A lot of points to discuss between AI and human and especially in communications area. Okay, now, thank you, Professor Cheng as well. Now we move to a second speaker. Yeah. The second keynote entitled Verifiable Record of AI Output, VREO, a privacy-preserving governance framework for digital censorship in the AI era. This keynote will be presented by Professor Dr. Yusaku Fujii from Ganma University, Japan. Professor Fuji specialized in information law and technology governance with a particular focus on privacy and accountability frameworks for AI and digital communication. His proposed concept of VREO introduced an innovative mechanism to verify AI-generated content while safeguarding user privacy, an issue at the very core of digital citizenship today. The respondent for this session is Dr. Thanarat Kheokaew from ANPOR, Thailand. Dr. Thanarat is the leading voice in communication policy and media ethics, with extensive experience linking academic research to regional government initiatives. His legal and ethical perspective will deepen our understanding of the government challenges discussed in this keynote. Okay, please welcome Professor Dr. Fuji to the stage.
Thank you very much for the introduction. First, I'd like to take a group photo on my brother. Group photo. Today, I need group photo. I explain about my recent research, verifiable record of AI output, a privacy-preserving governance framework for digital citizenship AI era. Today, I prepare 3 points. Point 1, human dignity as a prerequisite for democracy in the AGI era. Point 2, privacy protection as a necessary condition for democracy in the AGI era. This is a little bit technological field. And point 3 is also application to VRAIO, to the PAPR wearing status network management system. My recent project of PAPR, powered air purifying respirator for the next possible pandemic. So the application of VRAIO. So first point is I explain, based on this publication, lessons from Roman Empire, bread and circus as a model for democracy in the AGI era. Now, advent of the age of AGI and robotics. And AI and robotics will replace all human abilities, brain and physical, all. That is a definition of AGI and robotics. Okay? So they say this AGI era will come soon, or maybe later. But many people believe, many big companies invest big money to realize this. So we think about when AGI era comes, what happened? We should think about that beforehand. In the history, human labor is essential for society or country. Nature, land, industrial data. But AGI era come, human labor, no meaning, no economic value at all. This is the first experience, the first event we experienced in the human history. Human labor is always essential for country in the past. So education also to make the people efficient for labor, efficient as labor. But if AGI era comes, no human labor is not necessary at all. So that is the problem, biggest problem. So the meaning of the loss of labor, That is a very serious problem, I think. And some multinational corporations or countries or even individuals who control AGI can make everything without labor, without human labor. That means a crisis of democracy and also capitalism. Democracy is a very big crisis. They say if AGI era comes, universal basic income should be introduced because people no need to work. But the problem, universal basic income, where's the human dignity? Where's the dignity of human? If people lose dignity, how people can be treated as a citizen or something? For country, company, even individual, for them, human is not necessary at all for production or for army, military force. No, as soldiers, as laborers, no need at all. That is a big problem. So we need to find the dignity, how people have dignity. Even if people no need work, no fight as soldier. That is our task in the future, in the AGI era. Dignity is the biggest issue for us, I think. President from ancient Rome, Breton circus, Roman in the Breton circus continues for 500 years, very long time, 405 years. For emperor, for citizen, Roman citizen, no need to work, no need to go fight, go war. All products produced by the surrounding area of Roman Empire. Inside Roman city, citizens no need to work, but emperor did not kill them. They have, because they have dignity as a citizen, without obligation of work or fighting or something. So I think it's a very good example in the history how people have dignity just as a citizen, just as a human. At this moment, we think human dignity based on their responsibility or production, contribution to the society, like labor, at this moment in the modern world. Right? People say, if you don't work, you cannot eat, something like that. If you don't work, you cannot eat, something like that. But that kind of moral is not suitable for the AGI era because no need to work, right? So I think the human dignity is very important. We need to establish the human dignity. The rise of AGI is inevitable. And what happens next depends entirely on us, something like that. So that is, I don't know the solution, complete solution, but I just suggest we should think about this seriously because AGI era may come soon, maybe come later, far later, but may come soon. So this is a very big problem. So we need to think about this now. And just suggestion. And the point two is one of the privacy protection, my main subject, recent main subject, as a necessary condition for democracy. The human dignity as a prerequisite for democracy. The second point, just a small point, privacy protection as a necessary, one of the necessary conditions for democracy. So this is a little bit technological field. So this is based on two publications. This one, AI and Society, and Future Transportation, how protects the privacy from AI system. This is a technological suggestion. So I explain it briefly. AI system receive very big data. And to protect privacy, many people, researchers, try to reduce the privacy information from the input data. But it's almost impossible. If you reduce the privacy data from input to data, the data value is lost sometimes. So trade-off between accuracy or efficiency and privacy. So if you take out privacy, data efficiency is go down. So this is difficult to control the input data. And also, some people, research for the how trace the internal process inside AI. But AI system is normally a black box, so very difficult to trace, almost impossible also. So my idea is this is some K-anonymity or anonymization, differential pressure, and data perturbation and data minimization. That's all reduce the privacy information from input data. But this is difficult. Of course, many research and many effective research, but anyway, it's difficult. And so the most biggest problem, privacy protection against AI system is the threat from internal threat. The abuse by the authorized person or authorized company, authorized country is a very dangerous problem, most dangerous problem, and very difficult, most difficult problem to solve, to prevent. The abuse by the internal person is very difficult to prevent. So my idea is just simple. Just a technical term, so I explain briefly. All AI systems should surrounded by firewall, outbound firewall. Input data is free, no restriction. But to output, all output should be examined based on the rule. The rule is defined by the society, democratic procedure. But any procedure is okay. But I just think about democratic procedure. Society defines, maybe state can define, maybe. But this is just a framework, technological framework. So any rule can be applied. But I think democratic rule. Okay, so society define the rule, and all output data is examined if this follows the rule or not. If follows the rule, the data output following the rule, the output is permitted. Otherwise, is prohibited. And this is a technological procedure. And this is the AI system is surrounded by outbound firewall, and all output data is restricted by the bulb, output bulb. Okay, and if the AI system lies, this is the only technology. If the AI system lies, that cannot prevent. But if lie, the very big social penalty is applied. Then such AI cannot lie, or no. I forget. No profit, no good meaning to tell a lie. If the lie is revealed, the very big penalties apply to the company who owns the AI system. Maybe big punishment, like company disappear, crash at the moment. So company or AI has no reason to lie. Very dangerous to lie, to make lie. And if someone reveals a lie, who can have a big reward, something like that. Social system should be made together with this very big social and technological system. I'm proposing really big. We never see that such a big system to protect privacy, only for protecting privacy. Very big system. All AI systems are surrounded by firewall. Really big system. We never see such a big system, social and technological system. But I think this kind of big system is necessary to protect the privacy efficiently. It's necessary. Many other small technological or societal means to protect privacy, but it's not enough. Not enough. This kind of big system is needed. That is my point. It's okay. That's okay. Implementation of random inspection and social framework of penalty, rewards, and compensation. That is also should be introduced together with this technological system. And this is the third point. I now move to the third point. Now, my previous research is security camera network. Security camera network with privacy protection. Just suppose, you know, in Thailand, you can walk back to home at night without handlight, normally, because all streets to your home is illuminated by street light, normally, okay? And if, just suppose, if every street light have cameras, and the camera is very cheap. My iPhone camera is a little bit expensive, maybe, but the cheap cameras maybe 20 bahts or 50 bahts is enough to camera unit, small camera unit. And if every street light have camera, and record the image, 1 week, 1 month, and even very rough image is okay, not high resolution, rough image okay. If children disappear, kidnap, police can preview the recorded image in front of child's house, and the police confirm child is go out home and just track the image by switching the cameras, right? And even if no internet connection is necessary, just the policeman go to the take out the memory card or just a Bluetooth anyway. And so the last image, the children, the boy or girl is captured, and then after that, no children is disappear. Then some car is go away. So the children should go in the car, take by the car, something like that. So if every street light have camera, and every street light have camera, and all children cannot disappear anymore. All street crime should be solved. All criminals will be arrested. Maybe in China, there's something happened. Similar things happen in China, I think. They say in Japan, in New York, the big city in the world, New York, Tokyo, only 10 or 20 cameras per 1,000 people. Even New York City, 10 or 20, big city. Yeah? And in London also 20 or 30 cameras per 1,000 people. But in China, I have more than 500 cameras per 1,000 people in whole country. China has big population, so China may be rare to such a situation, like something like that. So all criminals can be solved. And if a criminal, possible criminal, knows if I commit crime, I will be arrested. If I don't want to be arrested, I will not commit crime. So number of crime will decrease very significantly. So that is a very big effect for social safety, right? But also big problem of privacy. Now,
Professor?
only a little bit street camera.
I'm sorry, Professor. Can you
no
just
time?
wrap up? Yes.
Oh?
30 seconds? You got left? Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So I conclude 1 minute. Okay. So this is okay. So this is my my project, and these are some papers, scientific reports, and my new project to possible pandemic, and this also system. Okay, I finished. And this is a walking story. My camera, 15 years ago, and this is my camera. He's a businessman, and mayor of Pattaya city, something like that, in the walking street. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Fuji. It's very interesting. We can discuss it over lunchtime. Okay. Yes, yes. Let me welcome Dr. Thanarat Kyeokeo to offer his response and comments, please. So now you have 4 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Nice to see all faces here at the ANPOR conference. And I must say that your lecture, your keynote here today will enlighten us. It is one of the first scientific talk on the question of AI at ANPOR conference. Most of the participants here are social science, communication researcher, and I'm a legal professional, and I find your lecture very enlightening. Now, when you talk about the AI question, and you, as a scientist, you refer to human dignity and privacy protection, that makes every lawyer or constitutional lawyer very happy to notice that in designing a system, you take into consideration of these aspects as well. The question of the AI governance, and Professor Chen earlier mentioned about the situation in China, and it makes us very frightened in the future of AGI. And I think this has already started to some extent. I've been involved with the media landscape, especially news reporter, everywhere. I think in the Philippines as well, we can hear from some of the colleagues. In Thailand, a number of news agency has started using AI reporter, and a lot of news agency has started to shut down. So your question of the human labor will be impacted. I think yes, we started to see now, but I wonder something. Has that not always been the case of humankind? Like, for example, in former days when you have development of weapons, of ways to make agriculture, it makes things easier. So you need less people to do the work, for example.
I mean, no need, because that's the definition of AGI.
Okay.
That means AGI can do everything human being do. Can see.
That is really something we look forward to notice. At court case, we started to see better understanding of the law. Some say that legal lawyers will not be needed in the future because cases could be checked by or referred by judges, public prosecutors, and everyone else. But that concern you have raised about the question of surveillance state, that is indeed a big issue, especially among authoritarian state. And for your proposal on V-Ravio, that is something very interesting for someone who is not on the scientific side, to see that fortress of accountability has been added to the design process. And as a lawyer, I think it's very important that these kind of things could be logged, because the log itself is a strong evidence when you use, because obviously AI or AGI can move very fast, and we basically in the ideal world cannot manipulate, if I understand correctly, because there is no longer the human process. But from your chart, I've noticed it makes a lot of sense as for us human to have certain logs, and these logs can be a necessary precondition to the law. I think it solves our immediate problem, and I think that is a kind of Asian way. If you look at the AI Digital Act being proposed in Thailand, there has been a lot of discussion. How do we attend the question of AI in applying to different work? And it seems to be that your proposal is not a question of the law enforcing different stakeholders to take responsibility, but it's the way you improvise that the AI support itself in a revolutionary way. And I think that is very important, because to have an independent recorder makes a lot of sense. So we are very excited to get to know you more and to learn more about your details of your system and your proposal. And I think we will learn a lot more from each other. Thank you very much. I'll give the stage back to our moderator.
Thank you. That's very interesting response. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our keynote session. We have heard two remarkable presentations exploring how artificial intelligence transforms communications and the world, actually. From questions of trust and legitimacy to new models of privacy, perceiving governance. I'm still waiting for your end project, to see the response, how, how AGI cover human, And please join me once again in expressing our sincere appreciation to our speakers and responders, Professor Dr. Chen Changfeng, and Professor Dr. Offen Feldman, Professor Dr. Yusuke Fuji, and Dr. Thanarat Kyeokao. Let's give them an applause. Okay, and thank you for your kind attention, and please stay for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you to our keynote moderators, speakers, and responders for these thoughtful presentations. So now it's just we're going to take a short break, just very short. So maybe 10 minutes break. 10 minutes break, and after that we'll continue with our plenary session. So you may be back at 10:50.
Associate Professor Dr. Ampol Nawawang Satyan. Please give him a round of applause, please. Just to be reminded, our four plenary speakers will be having 10 minutes for their presentation, and later on we are going to have a forum for some question and answers about their presentations. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. And our research title, the acceptance of AI technology for development modern business models among Generation Y entrepreneurs in Thailand. And the research problem, the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence is fundamentally reshaping the global business landscapes. And the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence is fundamentally reshaping the global business landscape. For entrepreneurs, AI presents unprecedented opportunities to innovate business models, optimize operations, personal customer preferences, and gain a competitive edge. In Thailand, a significant competitive edge. In Thailand, a significant proportion of entrepreneurial ecosystem is driven by Generation Y or millennials born between 1981 and 1996. This generation is characterized by its digital nativity, adaptability to new technologies, and a strong inclination towards innovation. While AI technology is increasingly accessible, its adoption among small and medium-sized enterprise, particularly new version, is not automatic. Understanding the drivers behind technology acceptance is crucial. This study therefore aims to fill this gap by investigating the key factors that influence the acceptance of AI technology for building modern business models among Gen Y entrepreneurs in Thailand. And our research objectives are to examine the influence of perceived usefulness on intention to use AI for business model innovation. And the second, to examine the influence of perceived ease of use on intention to use AI. Oh, thank you so much. And the third, to investigate the role of social influence on AI acceptance. And the fourth, to analyze an impact of technological compatibility on AI adoption intention. And researcher review and technology acceptance model, or TAM. The foundational theory of this study is the technology acceptance model by Davis 1989. TAM posits that two primary beliefs, perceived usefulness or PU and perceived ease of use or PEOU, determine an individual's intention to use a new technology. Perceived usefulness or PU and perceived ease of use or PEOU. In the context of this study, PU is defined as the degree to which a Gen Y entrepreneur believes that using AI will enhance the performance and innovativeness of their business model. PEOU refers to degree to which they believe using AI would be free of effort. Numerous studies have confirmed the strong positive relationship between PEOU, and behavioral intentions by Vacantis and Davis 2000. We hypothesize our hypothesis 1. Perceived usefulness has a positive influence on the intention to use AI. And our hypothesis 2 is perceived ease of use has positive influence on intention to use AI. And the social influence or SI is defined as the degree to which an entrepreneur perceives that important author, for example, peers, mentors, industry leaders, believe they should use AI in the connected world of entrepreneurs. Recommendations from trust networks can be a powerful adoption driver. The trust, our hypothesis 3, the social influence has a positive influence on intention to use AI. And the technological compatibility. Technology compatibility, or TC, is the degree to which AI perceived as being consistent with the existing values, needs, technological infrastructure of the entrepreneurial business by Roger 2003. For result constraint new virtues, compatibility with current workflows is critical. So our hypothesis 4 is that technological compatibility has a positive influence on intention to use AI. And this is our conceptual framework. And the independent variable is X1 is perceived usefulness. X2 is the perceived ease of use. X3 is the social influence, and X4 is the technological compatibilities, and dependent variable is behavioral intention to use AI for business model innovation. And our population and sample population of this study is the Gen Y entrepreneurs in Thailand who own a business that is no more than 5 years old. The sample size was determined using Yamane's 1967 formula for a finite population with 95% confidence level as a p-value is 0.5, yielding a minimal sample of 400. Purposive sampling techniques non-probability method using in this paper was employed to specifically target respondents who met the criterion. The data correlation online questionnaire was developed using a Likert scale, 5-point scale. The survey was distributed through channels frequency by Thai entrepreneurs, include startup association, co-working space, and online business forum. And we use multiple regression analysis with SPS. This is a result. Multiple regression was run predict behavioral intention from PU, PEOU, SI, and TC. The model was statistically significant and account of 46.3% of variant intention, and the adjusted square is 0.457, and R square is 0.463. This is show you multiple regression analysis results. This is show H1 and H3 and H4 support. However, the H2 is not support or is reject. This is a discussion, and this is a show a suggestion from our research. Number one, AI developers should focus marketing efforts on clearly demonstrating the ROI and specific case that AI offer to startups. And the second business incubator are government agencies should organize workshop and success story sharing sessions to reflect social influence and create a community of practice around AI. And the last one is a support organizations should promote and provide AI solution that offer easy integration with a common business tools used by SME. Okay, this is our research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nawawong Satyan. You may have a seat while we are approaching on our second speaker. And with that, let me introduce our second plenary speaker. We have Professor Dr. Dorien Kartiwangi. Is a professor at Atmajaya Catholic University of Indonesia. She holds both a master's in 2000 and doctorate in 2009 from the University of Indonesia. Her expertise lies in the business communication, crisis communication, social network analysis, and organizational communication. She is an active scholar and co-editor of the Asian Journal for Public Opinion Research. Her plenary, Authenticity in the Age of Curated Selves, Indonesian Gen Z's Perspective on Social Media Identity and Expression, bridges the economic and political themes of the session. It adapts her organizational communication expertise to the individual level, examining the social psychological construction of created selves. This presentation explores the foundational unit of digital identity, which is a critical consideration for both business models and political sentiments discussed elsewhere in the conference. Once again, our second plenary presenter, Professor Dr. Dorien Kartiwangi. Likewise, with Dr. Nawawong Satyan, Professor Dr. Kartiwangi will be having 10 minutes, and there will be a notification for if we only have 2 minutes left. Thank you so much. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here. And also thank you for the invitations. Thank you so much. Allow me to stand up, please. My presentation will be on the authenticity, the authenticity in the age of curated selves, Indonesian Gen Z perspective on social media identity and expressions. Why this research is really important, and I'm eager to do that because we know that Gen Z nowadays, as a digital native, they are engaged with social media not only as a platform for self-expressions, but also as space for constructing identity. I believe that all of you also have a social media, especially the Gen Z here. And I'm sure not only one social media, but many perhaps. But we know that TikTok and Instagram is the most social media that Gen Z use nowadays. So because it is also space for constructing identity, fostering social connection, and evaluating the credibility of others, the question is that original? Is that real, their identity? So the studies examines the perspective of Indonesia Gen Z on the authenticity in social media, a pressing issue in an era characterized by curated online personas and influencer-driven content. So the authenticity, I searched many publications and also previous research. They are usually talking about beauty, for example, food, vlogger, but actually we have to think beyond that kind of identity. It's about understanding self and how we will present the self for the public. So this is the theoretical framework. I use Goffman dramaturgical theory. It said that actually individuals or actors usually have, if we cannot say many, perhaps double identity. The self in the real world and the self or the identity in social media. Just simple example. Maybe when you take a picture from this angle, you don't want to post it in your social media. You only want to post your picture with this angle because you feel more confident, more beautiful or handsome with this angle. So please think about yourself in this context. Goffman dramaturgical theories compare social interaction on a theatrical performance where individuals are like actors playing roles to manage impression they make on others. So here you can see the comparative theoretical framework from Goffman and from Howard Becker. But I use the Goffman's theory because it's more suitable with the research that I have done. Drawing on Goffman's dramaturgical theory, which conceptualizes social life as a performance where individuals present themselves differently depending on the audience and context. This study situated Gen Z practices within broader frameworks of impression management. So, the context here where I chose Goffman is because it's Indonesian Gen Z. Of course, if you're interested in this kind of research, you can adopt and try to dig deeper in your own area, in your own context. It can be the same, but also can be different. So this is the general interaction cycle. I won't go in details because I hope the time is not that much. So we have limited time, so I will continue to the key concept. There are performance, front stage, backstage, impression management, and then social roles. And the methodology that I use is qualitative inquiry with focus group discussion, 3 focus group discussion, each with 7 participants, and participants consist of various gender, male, female, and others, and also age of 17 to 25. This is based on the Gen Z. They are born in 1995 to 2010, which is 12 to 27. And they are active in social media minimal 5 years. And the media mostly, actually Instagram and TikTok, also LinkedIn and others. LinkedIn somehow is the real identity because LinkedIn is very formal and for career goals. The implementing thematic analysis based on Goffman dramaturgical theory to uncover how Gen Z defines and values authenticity in social media environments or contexts. And this one is the result and discussion. So the findings reveal that nuanced understanding of authenticity as a balance between personal transparency, strategic self-presentation, and the influence of algorithms. So here, algorithms play significant role based on what the resources said. Participants often distinguish between genuine content and performative authenticity, expressing skepticism toward overly policed influencers and sponsored content, as they perceive this as lacking authenticity, because it's people offer, overly policed. We understand that they are not genuine. So yet they also acknowledge the pressure of algorithm trends and AI-driven visibility logic that complicate the pursuit of fully authentic self-representation. So I think we have to really careful with the algorithm. And the drama Rutger lens highlight how Indonesia Gen Z consciously shift between front stage, curated profiles and brand collaboration, and the backstage, private sharing, close friend stories, etc., and showing authenticity as a dynamic negotiations rather than a fixed rate. At the same time, AI function as an invisible stage manager, shaping what performers are spotlighted and how audience interpret credibility. So, as conclusion and implications, the study highlights the tension between idealized online identity, technological mediations, and the desire for honest communication, suggesting that for Indonesian Gen Z, authenticity is not about complete vulnerability, but rather about relatability, consistency, and alignment with offline values. So this insight provide implication for digital communication strategies, influencer marketing ethics, AI-driven platform design, and youth media literacy program is in Indonesian context, because our government really pay attention on this literacy program. So that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I will give back to the moderator.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And allow me to provide both presenters' takeaway for, because I forgot that after Dr. Namawang Sathian's presentation. But just a brief idea coming from both presentations. I think this is some kind of a problem, which I think depending on what kind of references we are really getting, because like first thing, the idea of when is the cap or the end of Gen Z and millennial really should be put, because some references say it's 95, some it's 97. I just think because it's just a continuous age, maybe it's overlapping, but nonetheless, with the presentation given by Dr. Ampol, I think it is really something that we should, even in the Philippines actually, because of course, sad to say, because I'm part of the millennial group, even if we are somewhat technologically literate, it's just that there are some newer advancements which are being made in this AI platforms, which somehow the older part of the, which is I'm not part of the older part of the millennial, I'm on the younger part side, they're not really fit in terms of using some of the newer additions and some of the features of some platforms. So I think the developers can also check that out, I think. But for Professor Dr. Katuangi, I think it is something that is now happening all over the world. I think we should really be careful in terms of how our algorithms be chosen. Of course, we are the ones who are creating and pushing our algorithms to be something, I don't know if it's peer pressure, I think, but definitely it's existing both genuine and performative authenticity. And I hope it could really progress something to becoming a genuine one rather than a performative only. But thank you so much. And I think that's time we can now introduce our third plenary speaker. We have Associate Professor Hong Nam Yao, a faculty member in the School of Government at Nanjing University, China, She earned her PhD in political science from Nanjing University in 2010. Dr. Miao's research focuses on political culture and political socialization in cross-national contexts, with publications on the influence of media use on political participation in China. She also serves as a board member for the International Political Science Association IPSA Research Committee on Psychopolitics. Her plenary, Online Public Sentiment Anxiety of Local Government in China and Its Mitigation, is a direct empirical output of this research. It identifies a novel political psychological phenomenon, sentiment anxiety, as a critical factor in modern governance, providing a nuanced local level and political centric perspective on digital public opinion's impact on the state actors in China. Once again, everyone, Associate Professor Hong Namiao. A round of applause, please. Once again, Professor, you have 10 minutes for you to present your paper. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the organizer and all the staff for this wonderful meeting. Different from the two presenters before, they just focus on the acceptance and also the ideas from the receiver. But my presentation focus on the officials. So the title is "Why does the more governance lead to more anxiety?" So public opinion anxiety among local officials in China. This is the content of my play. Actually, we know that digital technology was supposed to enhance governance efficiency, but it has instead created a psychological dilemma at the grassroots level. So when we have some interview to the officers, they said the more we govern, the more anxiety we got, and the more sophisticated public opinion monitor becomes, and the more panicked officers feel. So we identify this phenomenon as the local officers' public opinion anxiety. So for the local officer public opinion anxiety, we just refer to the widespread tension and also the excessive worry and also the fear experienced by local officers when facing potential or already developing online public opinion events. This stemming from the concern about the negative publication and also the accountability from supervisors and damage to their personal reputation and even threat to their job security. So that's bring our research question that why does technology empowerment trigger psychological distress? To answer the question, we conduct the semi-structured interview with 18 officers responsible for public opinion management in China. They are from Publicity Department of the CCP and the Cyberspace Affairs Office and also the Public Security Bureau in two provinces. So this is kind of the theoretical analysis. I just show very quickly about the findings we did through the interviews. So actually the public opinion anxiety is not just the individual problem, but it's the very systematic product. They start from the technology trigger, and then they have the institutional amplification, and they will cause the cognitive bias and behavior elation. So for the technology aspect, they have the information could distort the risk perception. So this has a very interesting, when we interview the officers, they said, one of the chief of the publicity department, he said, why is my Douyin is the platform in China is full of the very negative information, and why you guys cannot see it? So he said, okay, for me, my AI, I can see all the disputes and also complaints and make me feel like society is full of resentment. So this is kind of we call the information cocoon from the AI or from this algorithmic context. So, and the second reason is the time compressed and the minute level response from the area of the traditional reform. Actually, the government they need to respond to the dispute in several days. But in the area of short videos, they are required to respond this public opinion online in several hours, even the minute level. This that for the major sensitive public opinion, they should use a telephone report within 30 minutes. So this kind of the time stress, they got a lot of pressure for the local government. So one officer said, for others, browsing Douyin is kind of relaxation, but for us, it's work. I really want to unplug the network cable. So they got a lot of pressure. And also they have the capability anxiety because the platform changes very fast, but the officers think remains stuck in the forum area. So this creates really a sense of loss of control. They said we cannot understand and cannot keep up with this technology development. And the second part is about it's come from the Chinese political institutions. This kind of system turns the technology pressure into the political risk. For the local governors, the rigid assessment lacks the maintaining stability is one vote veto. We said this really transform any negative signal by AI into a threat to the officer's political career. So this is also gives them a lot of pressure. And also we have the multi-level supervision and also the possibility drift. So to supervise this kind of online public opinion, we have the city level, county level, and the township level. But the grassroots units are actually, they lack both the power and also the resources, but they have a lot of accountability for these matters. So from the third part, we have the cognitive bias. This really anxiety distorts the decision making. So the first thing is like the sensitive generalization. This also show one case that one day they have this kind of post said high price at fraud store. So this kind of message online, the public opinion, they really marked as a potential sensitive information just because they have one comment states, it seems the economy is bad, ordinary people can barely afford to eat. So that's why this really trigger a multi-development verification and report. So this also makes the rule that they preferring overreaction and preferring strictness. And also they just put the risk over estimation. They treat low probability as a high frequency disaster. So they just use, when we interview the officers, they always said, okay, we equate the possibility with the inevitability. We shift the decision-making focus toward the defending against the imagined extreme consequence. So that's, and also this also caused to their behavior alienation and some negative consequence. The first is really we call that performance governance, because they don't, whether the core demands of the people are met because a secondary concern, they really, and also the long-term perspective is replaced by the short-term emergency response. So, and also when we have interview and most of the officers, they show their stressful of that. They said, okay, for us, we can feel nerves every day. And okay, and also they said the lack of meaning, the job is lack of meaning, that we just use the very mechanical things to do the things. We don't have a lot of resources. And maybe over half of them, they show that I really want to want to quit the job. I really want to do to find another position. And so for this, we just go to a very quick conclusion. So we think the public opinion anxiety is really a modern malaise woven from the technology institution and the psychology. And also for the solution is really lies not in the tightened control, but in great resilience. And also in China, the government is really seeking for this at higher level AI assistant to help with that. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you so much, Professor Miao, for your presentation. What I really like about the presentations about because of course I think it's also congruent on how mental health situations is becoming much common in our planet because of how people perceive and accept and process certain opinions about themselves. And this, I really like the idea of the statement, anxiety distorts decision making, which I think because sometimes decision makers are tending to become much maybe emotional in terms of creating decisions. That's why I think it's becoming a problem because we're not really pointing out proper solutions. Rather, we're just pleasing the people who are experiencing public opinion anxieties. But hopefully, it could get better. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your very insightful presentation. And with that, we are now moving forward with our fourth plenary presenter. Our fourth speaker is Professor Dr. Yunjuan Luo, is a professor in the School of Journalism and Communication at South China University of Technology. She earned her PhD in Mass Communication from Indiana University Bloomington. Her research centers on new media uses and effects, public opinion, agenda setting, and misinformation. A bridge scholar with US training and a Chinese professorship, her work is explicitly cross-national, including studies on factors influencing the perceived realism of false news in the US and China. Her plenary, From Hegemony to Hybridity, Mapping Asymmetries in Global Fact-Checking Practices, stems directly from this research. The title, From Hegemony to Hybridity, signals her core intellectual project to decenter the study of information integrity from a Western hegemonic model to a more complex hybrid and global framework. Once again, our fourth plenary speaker, we have Professor Dr. Yunjuan Luo. A round of applause, please. Good morning, ma'am. Once again, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Okay, yeah. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Yunjuan Luo from South China University of Technology. Everybody calls me Lily, so you can call me Lily. I'm so flattered by your introduction. Actually, I'm kind of nervous because I finished my PowerPoint at the last minute. I was busy with organizing another conference in Guangzhou. But this study actually is kind of like exploratory study. So I want to take this chance to share our study with all you guys. And I would like to hear your suggestions and maybe look forward to future collaborations. Okay, so as we all know that misinformation proliferates globally. So fact-checking has emerged at critical circumstances. Since 2003 and the emergence of factcheck.org, the first stand independent fact-checking. Oh, that one. That's even better. The enterprise of fact-checking has expanded both domestically and internationally. So the launch of International Fact-Checking Network, in abbreviation IFCN, at Pointer in 2015 has brought together the growing community of fact-checkers around the world. So we have seen some literature already provides valuable insights into localized fact-checking practices, a critical gap actually remains in comparative cross-regional analysis, particularly between the global north and the global south. Okay, so next one. Since some of you may not be well known about fact-checking, so I want to briefly talk about the history of fact-checking. So fact-checking first emerged within newsrooms in the 1920s with dedicated departments at publications like Time magazine and the New Yorker to ensure reporting accuracy. So while modern external fact-checking organizations are a recent phenomenon linked to the emergence of the internet, the fundamental practices actually can be traced back to the earlier era of muckraking journalists in the United States. So the external fact-checkers actually initially focused on political speech, political information, but now it has significantly broadened from primarily verifying political speech to actively debugging a wide range of misinformation, including health-related falsehood, a shift accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And I want to talk a bit about the institutionalization of fact-checking. So fact-checking has evolved actually from being seen as methodologically inconsistent and naive to a field characterized by growing institutionalization. Okay, so this shift is exemplified by the significant role of the International Fact-Checking Network, AFCN, which sets high standards for fact-checkers around the world. The AFCN Code of Principles, if you are familiar with, requires its signatories to commit to 5 high standards, including non-partisanship and fairness, transparency of resources and methodology, disclosure of funding and governance, and a policy of open corrections. So maintain their status, actually signatories must undergo a rigorous annual review that certifies their contributed adherence to their principles. So previous studies actually show that fact-checking organizations in various countries or regions, despite their differences, are increasingly characterized by fundamental similarities. So the cross-national research, recent research by Koneska and Roberts suggests that the institutionalization of fact-checking has fostered a common epistemology among practitioners who review isophonic norms, practices, and structures. Okay, so despite shared similarities, fact-checkers from the global south have to work in very different cultural, institutional, and social political contexts than their counterparts in the global north. So we think that it is vital to map and understand the differences in fact-checking practices between the global south and the global north. So that's the purpose of our study. So what we did, we used a multi-method investigation of 135 IFCN certified organizations, including a big data analysis of more than 67,000 fact-checking reports published on their websites in the year of 2024. And then a manual coding, human coding of 1,200 stratified sampling reports. So let me share some results with you guys. It's a lot, so I want to look at my notes. So first, look at this figure. So we can see that actually Europe has the largest number of IFCN signatories, accounting for 43% of the certified IFCN fact-checking organizations in 2024. So North America ranked the second in terms of the number, followed by Asia. Okay, so if we add the number of IFCN signatures in Europe and North America, accounting for 57%, right? So we can see the geospatial analysis, the next slide, of the fact-checking organizations actually underscores the dominance of northern institutions. So we add them together, like 55% of IFCN entities originated in the global north, especially from the United States, leading institutional concentration. So traditional Western powers, for example, US, UK, France, maintain hegemony through media-affiliated models. For example, AFP, AP, fact-check, leveraging established news infrastructure. So next figure, we can see the reporting volume from those IFCN signatures showed an overall upward trend in 2024, confirming the reality that the changing global situation has led to an increasing demand for fact-checking, okay? So the number of reports reached a peak last October, you can see from the chart, likely related to the further escalation of the Middle East conflict and the approaching US elections. Okay, so among all the organizations, next slide, please. The top 10, actually we can say the top 10 with the highest number of reports published in 2024 are shown in this figure. Among these top 10 organizations, 4 are from the United States, and 3 actually are from India. Okay, indicating significant activities in the field of fact-checking in these 2 countries. So the organization with the highest number of reports actually is India's Fact Center, if I did pronounce it correctly, accounting for approximately 1/10 of the total number of the reports, nearly twice as many as the second place organization. So we can see that analysis of this report volume, reviews that one of the reasons actually for its high output is a multitude of languages in India. So the organization actually supports 16 languages. Its expansive 16-language strategy embraces the nation's hyperlinguistic landscape. Okay. So the next one is the heat map, but I think it's kind of like just to show the United States and India are the 2 countries that accounts for the largest shares of fact-checking reports. You can see India and the United States in the heat map. They are very active in fact-checking practices. Okay, so next one I want to share some results from our menu coding, okay? And this is the table of the issue category. So our menu coding, we just coded because of the time limits, So we coded 1,200 stratified reports, and the results uncovered divergent topical priorities. So we can see that from this table, politics and culture are the top 2 topics addressed in both regions, okay? However, we can see northern agencies prioritized public health and military topics, while southern counterparts emphasizes public safety, social welfare, and even ethno-religious concerns. Okay, next one. Okay, we also coded the, the checking verification sources. We can see the disparities in sourcing are equally marked. So northern entities actually privileged institutional sources. So for example, official records, documentations, expert interviews, they have more resources to those authoritative and official documentations and professional databases and academic databases. Whereas southern agencies actually increasingly employed AI-assisted verification tools. You can see the next table. Yes, we see more northern agencies. They use AI-assisted methods to fact-check the information. Okay, so actually this results reflect infrastructural resource gaps. So those are just some preliminary results from our findings. So let's go to the discussion part. So firstly, we can see the independent fact-checking movement, well, actually first emerged primarily in the United States, now has spread and established a significant presence worldwide. So fact-checkers have become established voices, in the public sphere, operating not only in the global north, but also across the global south to educate the accuracy of public information. So from our study, we can see through a multi-method investigation of IFCN certified organizations and their published fact-checking reports in the year of 2024, our study actually reviews enduring structural asymmetry alongside nascent southern counterflows. That's a very interesting trend. Actually, as I mentioned, I've seen every year to certify those signatories. And this year, 2025, we just counted the number. The number of, last sentence. Northern agencies actually has increased. So even outpaced the number of northern agencies. So that's the trend. So thank you for your attention. As I said, if you are interested in this study and if you look for word to future collaborations, you can contact me at through my email address. Thank you so much. Thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Luo. May have a seat. And from Professor Dr. Luo's presentation, it was just really evident that though there is still this disparity between the global north and global south in terms of the fact-checking, but I really appreciate that we're moving forward as part of the global south. We're moving forward in terms of the fact-checking, because I think this is also connected to what Dr. Kartiwangi has presented earlier, that there is this performative authenticity, which could also lead to something about the false information which are being presented in our various media platforms nowadays. So yeah, now the floor is open for our question and answer for this session. I think we can entertain 2 to 3 questions, I guess. Anyone? Maybe we can have another microphone for those who will be asking questions. But I have one question, and this is open for everybody, for our distinguished presenters. Because of course, based on the findings of your studies, though little by little, of course, there is still something that social media and AI's development, which is still along the way. But what do you think could be the possible, not controlling, but somehow an assistance in terms of the development which your study was able to determine and was able to find in terms of the current trend in our the usage of our fellow countrymen, maybe, or your sample during your studies? How do you think this could be assisted through your study, the development of social media and AI? Because definitely, yeah, so anyone can answer. Professor, how do you think your study can really assist the, not controlling, but
I think we should research about this one before and follow up the progress of the AI technology in our community. I think so.
Thank you. Definitely, with regard to your study earlier on how millennials are really imbibing the AI platforms. Thank you so much. How about our attendees this morning? Don't be shy, just ask your question. Yeah, we have Professor Sarah at the back.
Yeah, thank you for the questions, Sarah. Actually, LinkedIn is more professional. That's what your question is, yeah. Yes, because the young generation, especially Gen Z, develop their bio, their curriculum vitae in the LinkedIn. So they stated their educations, their career willingness, and also what kind of company that they want to join. Or some of them also stated that they want to build, small enterprise. Yeah. So they really expressed and stated their competency and credibility from the background of educations and other certified matters. But in other social media, sometimes it's just recreation and leisure for them. They post many things. Some of them mention the other social media somehow kind of garbage. Food, parties, clothes, beauty product, and everything. But sometimes they also relate the LinkedIn with the social media if there is some professional context in other social media. But definitely they make differences, especially for LinkedIn. That's what the finding of the discussion. Is that answer your question or? My professional, not, but yeah, but the resources, professionals, yes, more authentic than the other identity that they want to present and their social media. And the uniqueness that I found is actually to make sure that someone's identity and social media is relate with their real personal identity. They usually want to get to know further the person. So ask them to meet in person, not only believe in what their social media present. So yes, it's more authentic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Kretuangi. Anyone who would like to ask question? Yes, Professor.
Yes, so based on the definition, it belongs to Global South. Yes, but I have seen certified organizations, actually the agencies in organizations in mainland China are not included yet. Okay, but there's some, yeah, but yes. We have, mm-hmm. Yes, Western countries. Mm-hmm. Yes, I think so. Yes. Okay. Thanks for your question. Actually, first, it is kind of like limitation of the study because we only fact-checking organizations. If we count all kinds of fact-checking organizations, I think it's over. One study showed that over 300. But because as I just mentioned, like IFCN has this kind of very strict rules, so every year they will certify those organizations. So those organizations have to apply to be included in this network. Okay, so now in the network, there are some representatives of Chinese organizations from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau, I don't remember. So, so those kind of like organization also has their presentations in the network. Okay, but as I said, right now I just focus on AFCN certified because they are all, follow this kind of strict rules of fact checking. This is go back to the point I made in my PowerPoint, the institutionalization of fact checking, professional fact checking. Okay, yes, very good suggestion. Yeah, I'll do that later. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And maybe one short line from Professor Miao, maybe a call to action. How could this more specific about how can we battle public opinion anxiety? Maybe a short tip on how can we do that? How do you think public opinion anxiety can be somehow battled? Or how can we go away with that anxiety?
Yeah, actually, that is very important problem in China. I think for the local government, they really very stressful for that. And when we talk with them, they really hope that maybe they can use some more level like AI to help with the monitoring to select the different sensitive, because they make all the information kind of sensitive nowadays. So maybe they think with the technology development, maybe they can help with that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor. And that's exactly 1 hour. Thank you so much. And that concludes this plenary session. And thank you so much once again for listening. Thank you so much, dearest presenters, for your insightful presentations. And we'll maybe talk later for some other details. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you to our plenary moderator and presenters to sharing these valuable insights. So next we have our masterclass session titled Making Research Visible, Strategic Writing for Global Journals with AI Support by distinguished chair professor Song Kyung-cho from DGIST, South Korea.
Please give me 1 minute. It does not. Okay, why? Okay. So I have submitted many papers till now, maybe for more than 40 years, and many have been rejected, some are accepted, and also I have reviewed many submitted papers, and after long years, now I have come to analyze, understand what is really important to be accepted to a journal. But ironically, I don't need to publish paper anymore. I am retired, so the lesson comes too late. Anyway, I want to share some of the my lessons. And also recently, as soon as I retired from the university, the GPT appeared, and it seems the GPT can help us a lot in academic research. and in helping especially Asian scholars, we can get much help from the GPT. But from the GPT, there is some different problems. So sometimes I feel that I may be left behind if I do not use it. But if I use it, sometimes I feel, am I crossing the ethical lines? Maybe some of you may have felt that. So thinking about that, today I want to introduce some of my ideas how to submit papers to the academic journal using AI, but without crossing the lines. It is my only thought. I think it may be a little help. I wish if GPT had come appeared maybe 10 years ago, I may have published more papers at the time, but it comes a little late. Anyway, the GPT can help a lot. Especially I found that our literature review can be helped. For example, when the scholars usually lives in one country and his view is limited by his residence. So he may know a lot about his own country, does not know about other country, but international journal, they want to cover the whole area. For example, AJPR, we want not only some particular area in some country, but also the Asia area. So the paper, when they submit to our journal, I hope they can cover some literature conducted in other studies. But some of the papers just review the papers published in their own country. So, but the researcher or the scholar just have read many papers published in their own country, but not other countries. So in that respect, the GPT can help the literature review, finding some relevant studies in other countries, even in other languages. And also the result. Sometimes the result may be very important and many good implications in their own country, but the researcher may not express clearly how it is important to other country or other country policy. So it can also help us to reframe our result. So for example, if original paper seems like Korean teachers emphasize effort more than ability in motivating students, this may be original sentence, but this can be like this way a little reframed. But this can be done, the scholar can do this, of course, but GPT can help in this respect a lot. So today I want to show how we can get the help from the GPTs. Especially method and skill, GPT can help a lot, but sometimes GPT may have a hallucination. If you just ask GPT to improve my writing on methodology, then GPT thinks, this kind of method is really needed and insert it, then it may be a lie. So we have to be a little careful, but anyway, it can help. So I will show you two tools I made for this purpose. One is the here Scala Scope. This is the how can I say? This will read your draft and comment on every aspect, the frame, methodology, the writing. So it will critically review your paper and suggest how to recommend it. But it does not provide you any more insight. It just tries to help you to express your ideas clearly. What I have in mind when I design this GPT, I always very careful not to ask GPT to add some more content. GPT should not add content to the original manuscript. It should help express clearly what is meant there. So to do this, I thought a lot, and then maybe our language, especially our language in second language, English, may be full of noise. I want to express some idea, but I cannot find clear adequate terminology, so I may express it in some vague term like this. I'm talking in English, but I cannot express myself well. So the expressed sentences may be full of noises, but GPT can understand and try to find out what the scholar wants to express and try to help that expressed more clearly. This is what the GPT should do, not adding more content, not creating some more content. So I try to make the GPT in the for the purpose, and I will to show it to you. I have some excerpt here, but it might be better for you to see directly. Oh, so this is the scholar scope. So I gave my, just some minutes ago, I gave my draft here. This is my draft. I uploaded it and asked it, please comment in English. And this is the comment on by the Scholascope. I made the Scholascope. And Scholascope, the research purpose, what is the problem, and methodology it describes, and it also the comment. So I asked specifically, so I can ask like this. So I told it I want to submit this paper to AJPR, and what we think of the research purpose. And it gives all the comment. So this I gave a lot of journal information to this GPT already. So if I say I want to submit this paper to this kind of journal, and the custom GPT recognize the journal and try to think from that journal's editor's perspective. So do they think this paper valuable or not valuable? So the GPT already know some major journals' scope and comment on the basis of that. So if I read this one, I can a little improve and submit this paper to that journal, or is it better for me to find another journal? So this is that one, and also it is the research. I asked specifically research purpose, and it suggests the research purpose revision. So it is better for me to revise this way. Of course, when revising this research purpose, the GPT will not add any more content. It just re-express what I said in the paper. It will not just repeat what I said. It'll try to catch what I want to express and express it in another terminology to express clearly. So this is the one. And also I can ask, so for example, so when we submit the paper, we have to use scholar terms, but terms are very unique sometimes in each discipline. The same phenomena may be described with another different terms depending upon the disciplinary or the journal. So I will ask that. How about the terms? And it says the specific terms I used comment. So is it proper? We should be change it or something like that. So we can also here add the terms to add for conceptual clarity. So what kind of terms, how to use it. So it will try to read the whole sentences, and if the sentences are not proper as academic writing, it will point out. And also the terms, whether the definition is correct, whether the terms are used in that disciplinary, in that field, it will check that. And also the methodology, it is enough fully explained or not fully explained according to the standard, international standard. And also it will try to see whether the bibliography is properly expressed, or the tables or the chart have enough information or enough terminology. So it all checks everything. So, but if I just ask it to check everything, it will produce too much output, so I just ask it step by step. So this Scala scope may be very useful for this purpose. You can approach this by going to ChatGPT. So here we can go if ChatGPT Explorer, and you can find it. This is ChatGPT Explorer, and you can find it using ANPOR-APCA. If you go ANPOR-APCA, ANPOR-APCA is the maker of this GPT. So if you go there, and you can find this color scope somewhere here. There are a lot of custom GPTs, but you can find it somewhere. I just made this one last night for I originally made this for Korean scholars in Korean, so I just made English version last night. And after making this one, it seems very heavy. It has 20 instruction files inside it, too much, because it has to check all the terminology, expression, and all journals' editorial policy. So it includes everything. It's too heavy. So I made some short one. So if you try to find, sometimes Scala Scope and Scala Scope Mini. Mini is a short version, a little light one. Mini will check the structure and frame, but not specific sentences. So mini version and full version, I have two. So this is the Scala Scope, which I have in mind. If you use this GPT, it does not help you to find a new idea. It just helps you to express your idea clearly. I assume Asian scholars, the English is not their original native language, so may have some difficulty, like me, in expressing his own ideas. And we are not accustomed to all the journals' requirement. We have to make very clear table, chart, but we usually do not make a chart in that way, in some easy way. So this GPT helps us to find that. I assume the scholars have some good idea, very nice idea. When I attend many seminar or conferences, I find many young scholars have very good idea, but their data is not good, and their analysis is not well explained, especially their collection method is not well described. And also the table or sometimes the chart is not good. It does not mean his idea is not good. His idea may be good, his study may be worthwhile, but the expression is not good. It may be because we may not have been trained or we may not familiar with that. So I decided to help those scholars with this GPT. So it is designed to help the people with a good idea, but do not have a proper way of expression. So I think it may be some help. And after making this, it helped me a lot because I have some problem in expressing my ideas in English. And then another challenge for the scholars to make a good paper is the data. Now, data is important. Without maybe many scholars submit their paper to the journal, and I reviewed, and I found that their data are limited in scope or collection method, everything. And also in Asian scholars, many scholars depend upon social media data. Social media data is good, but it has a certain usefulness, but not all. So sometimes we need survey data, sometimes we need some official statistic. So we made a lot of data. And also when we want to compare or cross-country studies, we need the data about other countries. But it is really difficult for us to find that data. it is comparatively easy for us to find a study conducted in other country. We can search, right? The database provide all the studies nowadays, but data is not so. So data is really difficult for me to find. So I make another GPT, that is data set finder. So it helps you to find the data set in anywhere. So here, yes, this is the data set finder. So if you, can you find the data about GPT data analysis? I just wrote, I am going to write a paper on GPT data analysis. So I want to compare with someone else's study, but usually it is published in paper, but sometimes I need the original data. So to compare with my own data. So I asked it, can you find a data set about GPT data analysis? And it tries to find there may be something. I've not checked it, and it shows social impact survey data, ICPSR. ICPSR, you know that data repository service provided by Michigan University. So there, this GPT go there, Harvard Dataverse, UK data service, it goes everywhere and find the data which I asked. And it tried to find the credible, something trustworthy data only. So it provides those data. So you can use those data. And also it graded, reliability grade of the data set. So depending upon the provider or the meta information contained in that, and also URL. So if you use dataset finder, you can find the data if it exists in some good repository or government or official statistic place. You cannot find out the data maybe kept by individual scholar, but you can find out the official or open databases. So dataset finder seems to be helpful to a researcher who has his own country data, but he does not have any other data to compare. So this is that kind of helpful. And when I have this data, there is one more problem. This is the data, and I have some way of that, but I want to compare. But I know about regressional analysis, but I do not know well about other research techniques that maybe happen. So I think we may need some guide about what kind of statistical analysis is available to me or possible for this data. So guide provide that. If you give the data to this guide stat like this, I give this data. This is the data collected by Gentima Kyogao, and she generously allowed me to use it. So I uploaded this data and asked the GPT about here. What analysis do you suggest? I want to know whether the SNS platform affect the campaign effect. So this is my research purpose. And I tell GPT, this is my research purpose, and this is the data. What kind of analysis can I do? So it will suggest the best. So it summarizes key research question again. I do not want any misunderstanding between the user and the GPT, so I ask the GPT to repeat what the user asks. So the user checks whether the GPT understands my instruction correctly or not. And after that, we can read the GPT tells, first summarize what I asked. So I asked in natural language, but GPT repeated in statistical terms, right? So dependent, independent, moderate, or intervening, he will use the technical term. I will use natural language. That means I can say whatever I want, but GPT properly should translate it into technical terms. And I check whether the GPT understanding is correct or not. If I think it is correct, and I say, okay, go ahead, and it will suggest next. So usually the natural language is not exact or precise. So we cannot express what I want to do in natural language. But technical language is difficult to use. So if the user is very advanced scholar, he can use technical term to tell GPT what kind of analysis I want. So dependent variable, or sometimes he may say, Hayes model number 7. I can tell that. But in that case, the communication is perfect. But usually the scholars do not have that kind of technical terms. Then he can say, I have this variable, this may be affect the influence between such and such. Then it may be vague. So the GPT should repeat what the user asks in technical terms. And is this what you asked for? And repeat. And if I say yes, then he will suggest the specific techniques here. So he suggests number 1, moderate OLS regulation or platform space subgroup regulation. So 1, 2, 3, for example. Then among these 3, the user can select one and go ahead. Of course, if you want to conduct this analysis, I have some another GPT for the analysis of specific techniques. When we conduct the analysis, we have to check the assumptions, and we have to check also modify the model sometimes. Maybe we have to add some transformed variable, something like that. So I made custom GPT for each specific techniques. But here, I just introduce you the general guide start. So if you go to him, he can provide you all the necessary guide, not analysis, just guide. If you need analysis, you go to another custom. Anyway, Scholascope provide you how to modify your paper. What is your weakness? What is your strong point? And if I am willing to modify the weaknesses, and if I want to find more data, I can ask this finder to find the data. And then I will go to this one, and please, what kind of analysis do you suggest? So in this way, we can go, if the scholar has a good idea, then he can continue with the research. Without idea, it does not help, right? Only if the scholar has a good idea, it can help with this one. And also, I need, and this is another GPT. This is a literature search. Of course, you can ask GPT to find some kind of research, and he will find, but we know the hallucination problems. I try to make a custom GPT which can avoid that hallucination, but I am not so successful, but to some extent successful. Hallucination is much fewer than basic GPT. So if you use this GPT, it will provide you the search result with less probability of hallucination. And also this is good because it selects according to predefined criteria. I put the criteria and it selects usually depending upon the area. For example, it find 100 papers, then it divided subdimensions and try to find the most representative studies and bring maybe 3 to 5 studies only. So if I think I like the number 3 papers, then it will bring more such papers. If we bring 100 papers at a time, you are overwhelmed. Where am I? So it just brings the most representative studies so that you can see what kind of studies are conducted in what area. Then I am more interested in this area, then the GPT bring more studies from that area. So, and also you can ask a specific methodology. I want to know this kind of research using, for example, PSM method or DID methodology or specific policy effect only. And you can specify the subject or you can specify the methodology or something, then it will bring such result. So it is more convenient for the researcher find out the relevant searches instead of just asking GPT. So this is the literature search. And also, what is this? This is the final one. After you make data analysis or whatever you wrote your paper, but your English may not be perfect, then you want to improve your English. As it is not only grammatical problem, but the proper way of expression, terms, everything. So this layer fixer try to make better your writing. It improves your writing. Of course, it does not add any content to your writing. It tries to capture what you want to say, and it tries to express it more elegant way. Especially, it internalized all the paragraph writing structure inside. So I put into this GPT all the, how can I say, writing principles into this. And this one has many principles of writing principles, so it applies it. So I guess this one is produce very natural sentences. But if you do not give the content enough and ask it to improve your writing, it will be full of hallucination. So one thing is clear. If you give the content, and this GPT will write very good sentences, but do not give content, and it may be without meaning. So this is the another GPT. So finally, I will show you one more slide lastly. Oh, I am lost. Where is it? So, okay, here, maybe. So you can find, if you think this GPT can be helpful, you will find these GPTs, ChatGPT under. If you go to ChatGPT, you can find this one by entering ANPOR-APCA. ANPOR-APCA is the designer or some maker of this GPT. Maker seems to have some misunderstanding. So anyway, ANPOR-APCA, you will find many, maybe 40 or 50 custom GPTs. Most of them are for Korean scholars, but some of them are in English. And if the name is in English, it is for international purpose. So you can see, and I made some writing, improving something, core critique, WordPress, so this one, and analysis helper, and search and discovery, and research design and conceptual survey reporting. So if you use these GPTs, it can help you. So all of them are trying to help what you think and how to express it, how you can do it efficiently, not replacing it. So I tried to think about this a lot. So when I use GPT, sometimes many people say, what is you are using GPT, what human can do? So they ask me about it. So when I make this one and give the student, some people say, you are not teaching student, you are making them a stupid, something like some. So I am much conscious about this one. So I begin to think, what is the line between what I can do and what I can get the help from GPT? And I think currently I thought the ideas should come from human researcher, but it can be expressed with the help GPT. So the line is sometimes a little difficult, especially the writing area. So writing area, sometimes it is confusing. What is my idea and what is the help of the GPT? That's why I am a little hesitant in publicizing my GPTs. I made maybe 8 or 9 custom GPTs for writing, but it is not much widely known because I am a little hesitant. I'm not quite sure where is the line, safe line. But others, especially data analysis or some other area, it is a little easier to draw the line. So this is what I tried to say. So what I have in mind is that many scholars have a good idea, good research idea, but they may not have enough technology, technical training for expressing it, especially data analysis and the coding and many things, especially the format and writing requirement. So I try to make custom GPT to help those scholars. So those with good ideas can do the research and can submit the paper to the international journal. Yes, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Sung Kyung Cho, for your thoughtful and valuable AI support for strategic writing for global journals, according to the masterclass session. So before we move to the lunch part, I would like to make some notice about the afternoon section. So the afternoon section will be not held in here, so you must bring the staffs, all of them with you, and then it will be started at 1:30 p.m. Just right the building next to this ballroom. Like you may, from this room, you may walk like turn left, and then there is the white building there. So we are going to have the parallel section in that white building. Okay. And then, so for the parallel section, like maybe you may join the section according to your preference. Also from the online audience, online participants, they may also get into and enter to the breakout section according to their preferences too. And then like at 5 o'clock, there will be ANPOR business meeting that will be open to all participants in meeting